Hello there, and welcome to Earth Before Light, the place where we let curiosity wander without a timer and give big questions the time they deserve. This isn't the sort of space for rushing through bullet points or hurrying to the end. We often think of Earth as our eternal home, a place where life flourishes in the embrace of our sun. But what if Earth, despite its wonders, was always meant to fail? What if, like so many others in the vast universe, it was destined to one day fall silent, its ecosystems fading into oblivion? It's an unsettling thought, isn't it? The very planet we call home, a jewel in the cosmos, might one day be no more than a memory. For most of human history, we've taken Earth's stability for granted. We've built cities, cultivated lands, and created technologies to alter the world around us. Yet, beneath all of this, Earth remains a fragile world, a world whose delicate balance could in the end slip away. The truth is, there are countless forces at play, ones we can't control, that constantly threaten to destabilize our planet. Some of them are natural, some are the result of our own actions. Think of our atmosphere, that thin layer of gases that protects us from the harshness of space. It's easy to forget how precarious this shield is. It took millions of years for Earth to develop an atmosphere capable of sustaining life. And it only remains that way due to an intricate dance of geological and biological processes. A single misstep, a change in the right direction, and Earth could lose its balance, leaving life unable to survive. Our planet's history is littered with close calls that remind us of just how fragile our existence truly is. We've survived mass extinctions, ice ages, asteroid impacts, and shifts in climate. Yet, despite all of this, we're still here. But for how long? Perhaps the greatest threat to our survival comes from the forces beyond our control. Imagine for a moment the power of the sun. It's the source of all life on Earth. Yet, it is slowly, inexorably changing. Our sun, like all stars, is aging. Over billions of years, it will grow brighter and hotter, gradually altering the conditions on Earth. Scientists estimate that in about 1 billion years, the increase in the sun's luminosity will cause Earth's temperature to rise by enough to make life unsustainable. Oceans will boil away, and the atmosphere will become unbreathable. This gradual change is inevitable, a fate we can't avoid. But the sun is not the only threat we face. There are cosmic forces far beyond our planet's reach that could wipe out life in an instant. Asteroids, for example, have collided with Earth in the past, wiping out entire ecosystems. One such impact, 66 million years ago, ended the reign of the dinosaurs. It's a sobering reminder of how small and vulnerable we really are in the grand scheme of the universe. While such catastrophic events are rare, they remind us that Earth is not immune to sudden, unpredictable disasters. Even our own actions can push Earth toward the brink. We've altered the atmosphere, polluted the oceans, and deforested vast areas of the planet. Climate change, driven by human activity, is already having profound effects on the planet's ecosystems. Rising temperatures, shifting weather patterns, and ocean acidification threaten the delicate balance that sustains life. In many ways, we are hastening Earth's decline, not by natural forces, but by our own hand. Yet, despite all of this, Earth remains resilient. Life continues to persist, evolving and adapting to the changing conditions. But the question remains, for how long? Will Earth's stability hold out long enough for us to thrive? Or are we simply postponing the inevitable? It's a question that might not have a clear answer, but it's one we must ask as we look toward the future. Perhaps the most unsettling thought of all is that we may never know when Earth's final days will arrive. The warning signs may be subtle, creeping changes that occur over centuries or even millennia. Or they may come swiftly, with little time to react. In either case, Earth's eventual failure is as certain as the stars above us. It's just a matter of time. As we stand here, looking out at the world we've built, it's important to remember that the planet beneath our feet is not a permanent fixture. It is a temporary sanctuary in the vastness of space. And while we may never fully understand when or how it will end, we must acknowledge the fragility of life on Earth and the forces that could one day lead us to a world without life. As we contemplate Earth's fragility, we must also consider the unpredictable forces of nature. Those events that occur without warning, reshaping the planet and threatening life in ways we can hardly anticipate. Nature's power is vast and unpredictable, and while we've learned to coexist with many of its forces, there are still many we cannot control. This is the reality we must face. Earth's survival is not guaranteed. Consider the forces of the Earth itself. Our planet is alive, constantly moving and changing. Tectonic plates shift beneath our feet, creating mountains, earthquakes, and volcanoes. These geological processes have shaped the planet over billions of years, creating the diverse landscapes we know today. But they also carry a destructive potential. A single earthquake or volcanic eruption can devastate entire regions, displacing millions of people and altering ecosystems. The eruption of Mount Krakatoa in 1883 is a stark reminder of nature's destructive power. The explosion was heard thousands of miles away, and the effects on the global climate were felt for years. But even these natural events, which occur relatively frequently, pale in comparison to the larger, more catastrophic events that have occurred throughout Earth's history. Imagine, for example, a supervolcanic eruption. These eruptions, though rare, have the potential to change the course of life on Earth forever. The eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano, which has erupted in the past, could release enough ash and gas to block out the sun for years, plunging the Earth into a volcanic winter. Crops would fail, temperatures would plummet, and the planet's ecosystems would be severely disrupted. It's a terrifying thought, but it's a possibility that exists just beneath the surface of our planet. The Earth's oceans, too, hold immense power. Our seas are constantly in motion, driven by tides, currents, and storms. Hurricanes, for example, can grow to enormous proportions, unleashing winds of over 200 miles per hour. The damage caused by a major hurricane can be catastrophic, destroying cities, homes, and infrastructure, and causing widespread loss of life. We've seen the devastating effects of hurricanes like Katrina and Maria, which left entire regions in ruins. Rising sea levels, driven by climate change, are only making matters worse, flooding coastal cities and threatening the lives of millions of people. Yet, it is not just the Earth itself that threatens our existence. The cosmos, too, presents dangers that are far beyond our control. Our planet orbits a star that, while stable now, will one day cease to support life. The sun's life cycle will eventually lead to its expansion into a red giant, engulfing the inner planets, including Earth. This process will take billions of years, but the inevitability of it is clear. We have no control over the fate of our star, and when the time comes, no amount of technology will be able to prevent the death of Earth as we know it. And beyond our own solar system, The universe is full of forces that could end life on Earth in an instant. Asteroids, though small in comparison to the vastness of space, pose a constant threat to our planet. A large asteroid impact could wipe out entire species, just as it did with the dinosaurs. The Chicxulub impact that ended the age of the dinosaurs is one of the most well-known examples. But smaller asteroids have also impacted Earth throughout its history, causing significant damage. While the probability of a large asteroid impact in the near future is low, the potential consequences are so great that it is a risk we cannot ignore. In addition to asteroids, there are cosmic events that could cause the destruction of Earth in ways we cannot predict. Gamma ray bursts, supernovae, and solar flares are all capable of releasing vast amounts of energy that could strip away our atmosphere and disrupt life on the planet. These events, though rare, happen throughout the universe, and their impact on Earth could be catastrophic. The truth is, Earth's stability is constantly at risk from both natural and cosmic forces. We live in a delicate balance, and though we have learned to manage many of these risks, there are others that we cannot foresee. Earth's survival depends on many factors, many of which are beyond our control. And while we may not be able to prevent every disaster, we must remain vigilant, always aware that the planet we call home is not immune to the forces of nature and the universe. As we explore the fragility of Earth, it's important to acknowledge the ever-present threat of cosmic events. While we often think of the Earth's environment as stable and enduring, the universe itself is a chaotic and unpredictable place. Forces beyond our control, far from our planet, can shift the course of life on Earth in ways we can't even imagine. One such cosmic event is the impact of an asteroid. While these objects might seem insignificant against the backdrop of space, their potential to cause widespread devastation is far from trivial. Throughout Earth's history, asteroids have collided with the planet, causing catastrophic events. The most famous of these impacts is the one that ended the reign of the dinosaurs. This asteroid, roughly 6 miles wide, struck the Yucatan Peninsula, releasing an immense amount of energy. The collision caused wildfires, earthquakes, and tsunamis, while the dust and debris blocked out the sun for months, causing a global winter. The consequences were dire for life on Earth, leading to the mass extinction of around 75% of all species. Though large asteroid impacts are rare, they still pose a significant threat to our survival. Even a small asteroid, if it were to strike the Earth in the right location, could cause immense destruction. Major cities could be wiped out, and the resulting dust cloud could block sunlight, disrupting agriculture and causing a sharp drop in global temperatures. While we currently have programs in place to track near-Earth objects, there are still many asteroids that remain undetected. The unpredictability of these cosmic events is a constant reminder that our planet's existence is far from guaranteed. Beyond asteroid impacts, there are other cosmic phenomena that could endanger life on Earth. One of the most powerful of these is a gamma-ray burst, GRB. A GRB is a high-energy explosion that occurs in distant galaxies. If one were to occur close enough to Earth, it could release enough radiation to strip away our atmosphere, devastating the planet's surface. Fortunately, GRBs are rare, and the chances of one occurring within our galaxy are extremely low. However, the potential consequences of such an event would be catastrophic. Another cosmic threat comes from solar flares. The Sun, as the source of life on Earth, can also be a source of great danger. Solar flares are massive bursts of energy that occur on the Sun's surface. While Earth's magnetic field protects us from most of the harmful effects of these flares, a particularly powerful solar storm could cause significant damage to our power grids, satellite systems, and communication networks. In extreme cases, it could even pose a threat to life itself by disrupting the Earth's atmosphere. These cosmic events, though rare, remind us that Earth is not isolated from the larger universe. Our planet's stability is constantly at risk from forces beyond our control. Whether it's an asteroid impact, a gamma-ray burst, or a solar flare, these events have the potential to change the course of life on Earth, bringing an end to the world as we know it. While the forces of nature and the cosmos are beyond our control, there is one factor that we do have influence over: ourselves. The actions of humans have already begun to push Earth's systems to their breaking point. From the very beginning, our ability to alter our environment set us apart from the rest of life on the planet. But as we've advanced, we've learned that our power to change the world around us comes with consequences. The most obvious and dangerous of these consequences is climate change. For centuries, human activity has contributed to the buildup of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere, primarily carbon dioxide from burning fossil fuels and methane from agriculture and industry. These gases trap heat, causing global temperatures to rise. The changes we are witnessing today, rising sea levels, shifting weather patterns, increased frequency of extreme weather events, are just the beginning of what could be a far more catastrophic future. A hotter planet will bring with it a host of challenges. Ecosystems that have taken millions of years to evolve will be disrupted, and species that rely on specific climates may not be able to adapt fast enough to survive. The oceans, which act as the planet's life support system, are already feeling the effects of warming. As sea temperatures rise, coral reefs are dying, and marine life is being pushed to the brink of extinction. The melting of polar ice caps and glaciers contributes to rising sea levels, threatening coastal cities and entire nations. A warmer world also means more droughts, floods, and stronger storms, further destabilizing the delicate balance of Earth's ecosystems. But climate change is not the only way humans are pushing Earth toward failure. Our growing population and our increasing demand for resources are depleting the planet's natural systems at an alarming rate. Deforestation, for instance, not only destroys habitats for countless species, but it also reduces the planet's ability to absorb carbon dioxide, further exacerbating the effects of climate change. Industrial agriculture, with its reliance on pesticides and fertilizers, is poisoning the soil and waterways, causing biodiversity to plummet. The extinction of species is another direct result of human actions. We are witnessing what many scientists call the sixth mass extinction, a wave of species loss driven largely by habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change. Thousands of species, many of which we may never even know about, are disappearing from the earth every year, forever altering the web of life. The loss of these species has profound consequences on ecosystems, which rely on biodiversity to function properly. Without it, the stability of the entire system is at risk. Furthermore, human-created pollution is another significant factor in Earth's potential failure. The oceans are filled with plastics, toxic chemicals, and waste, much of it originating from industrial processes. The air we breathe is contaminated with pollutants from factories, cars, and deforestation. The contamination of our water supplies, the depletion of fresh water sources, and the destruction of natural resources are all symptoms of a planet under stress due to human activity. As the global population continues to grow and as our technology advances, the pressure we put on the planet will only increase. While we have made incredible strides in technology and development, these advancements have not been without their toll. Our world is changing at an unprecedented rate, and the future of life on Earth depends on whether we can reverse or mitigate the damage we have done. The question then is, will we learn to live within the planet's means before it is too late? Will we recognize the fragility of the world we inhabit and make the necessary changes to protect it? Or will we continue to push Earth toward a tipping point from which it may never recover? Earth is often seen as a vast and abundant source of resources: forests, minerals, water, and land, all essential to sustain human life. For centuries, we have exploited these resources to fuel our growth and development. But as our population continues to rise and our demands for these resources grow ever larger, we are quickly approaching the limits of what Earth can sustainably provide. One of the most pressing issues we face is the depletion of natural resources. Fossil fuels, which have powered our industries, transportation, and economies for over a century, are finite. Every barrel of oil and ton of coal we extract is one step closer to exhausting these supplies. While renewable energy sources like solar and wind power offer hope for the future, we are not yet ready to fully transition away from fossil fuels. The challenge lies in balancing our current energy needs with the need to protect the environment and reduce our carbon footprint. Similarly, the world's freshwater resources are becoming increasingly strained. Fresh water is essential for drinking, agriculture, and industry. Yet less than 1% of the Earth's water is accessible for human use. With the population growing, the demand for water is higher than ever before. Many regions around the world are already experiencing severe water scarcity. Rivers, lakes, and aquifers are being depleted faster than they can replenish. This not only threatens human survival, but also puts immense pressure on agriculture, which depends on a stable water supply. In addition to water, land for agriculture is another resource we are rapidly losing. Over the years, forests have been cleared to make way for farming and urbanization. Deforestation not only destroys wildlife habitats, but also contributes to climate change by reducing the planet's ability to absorb carbon dioxide. Additionally, the overuse of soil for agriculture, coupled with the excessive use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, has led to soil degradation and erosion. These factors, combined with climate change, are threatening food security and the sustainability of agriculture. The oceans, which cover over 70% of the Earth's surface, have also been heavily exploited. Overfishing has depleted fish stocks, leaving many species on the brink of extinction. The oceans, once teeming with life, are now showing signs of distress. Coral reefs, which support a diverse range of marine life, are dying due to rising ocean temperatures and acidification. Pollution, especially plastic waste, has also infiltrated the oceans, threatening marine ecosystems and entering the food chain. What makes these challenges even more pressing is the interconnectedness of Earth's systems. Depletion of resources, environmental degradation, and climate change are all part of a vicious cycle that feeds into one another. As resources become scarcer, conflicts over them will intensify. Nations may fight over access to water, land, or energy. Economic inequality will widen as wealthier nations and corporations continue to extract and control resources at the expense of the environment and poorer countries. The harsh reality is that we cannot continue to live beyond Earth's means without facing severe consequences, whether it is through resource depletion, environmental collapse, or the social and political instability that comes with scarcity. The pressure on our planet's systems is growing. Now, more than ever, it is critical that we acknowledge the limits of Earth's resources. We must adopt a more sustainable way of living, one that respects the delicate balance of our planet's ecosystems. If we fail to change course, Earth's resources will no longer be able to sustain us, and the dream of perpetual human growth will fade away. While the immediate impacts of climate change are already evident, such as rising sea levels, extreme weather, and shifting ecosystems, the deeper, long-term consequences are far more complex and far-reaching. The Earth's climate is a delicate system, finely tuned over millions of years, and human activity has already altered it at an unprecedented pace. But what happens when we reach a tipping point? What happens when the climate shifts so drastically that Earth becomes uninhabitable? Climate change is often viewed in terms of temperature rise, but its effects stretch far beyond just the thermometer. One of the most concerning consequences of a warming planet is the disruption of the water cycle. As temperatures rise, evaporation increases, and rainfall patterns shift. Some regions will experience extreme droughts, while others will face devastating floods. These changes will make water sources less reliable and create food insecurity, particularly in areas that already struggle with water access. As the world's glaciers melt and polar ice caps retreat, the result is rising sea levels. Coastal cities, home to billions of people, are already facing the threat of flooding. Some cities, such as Miami and Jakarta, are already experiencing regular sunny day floods, where high tides bring seawater into streets and buildings. Entire island nations, such as the Maldives, are at risk of being submerged entirely. Rising seas will not only displace millions, but also disrupt global economies. As major ports and trade hubs are flooded, the warming of the oceans also creates a host of problems. As sea temperatures rise, coral reefs, the ocean's vibrant ecosystems, are dying off at an alarming rate. Coral reefs are home to a quarter of marine life, and their loss will trigger a chain reaction, impacting marine biodiversity and food supplies. Furthermore, warmer waters also lead to the intensification of storms, such as hurricanes and typhoons, which are becoming more frequent and more powerful due to higher ocean temperatures. These storms have already wreaked havoc on coastal areas, causing loss of life, destruction of homes, and severe economic impacts. Perhaps one of the most overlooked dangers of climate change is its potential to disrupt global food production. Rising temperatures and unpredictable weather patterns threaten to decrease crop yields worldwide. Agriculture, particularly in tropical and subtropical regions, will be hardest hit. Droughts will decimate crops in some areas, while excessive rainfall in others will ruin harvests. The global supply of food could become less reliable, leading to shortages and price increases. Countries that rely on agriculture for economic stability may face collapse, while mass migration from affected areas will put pressure on neighboring countries. Even the very air we breathe is at risk. As temperatures rise, the frequency and intensity of wildfires increase. These fires not only destroy forests, but also release vast amounts of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, exacerbating the very problem they are caused by. In addition, wildfire smoke has become a health hazard, affecting air quality across entire regions and causing respiratory issues for millions of people. At the same time, the warming climate is affecting biodiversity in ways we cannot fully predict. Many species are struggling to adapt to rapidly changing environments. Some are forced to migrate, others are pushed toward extinction. When a species disappears, it can set off a ripple effect through ecosystems, causing the collapse of entire habitats. The loss of biodiversity is not just an environmental concern. It directly affects food chains, medicine, and the health of the planet itself. The truth is, climate change is not just a distant threat. It's happening now, and its consequences are already unfolding. If we continue on this path, we risk pushing the Earth past its tipping point, where no amount of adaptation or mitigation will be enough to reverse the damage. The window for preventing the worst effects of climate change is rapidly closing. If we don't act now, we could face a future where Earth becomes too hostile to sustain human life, and the planet we once called home becomes a shadow of its former self. As we continue to witness the planet's environmental degradation, one of the most alarming and irreversible changes is the loss of biodiversity. Earth's ecosystems are intricately connected, and each species, no matter how small, plays a role in maintaining balance. The collapse of biodiversity, however, is not just an environmental issue. It's a profound threat to the foundation of life itself. Over the centuries, human activity has driven many species to the brink of extinction. Deforestation, pollution, overfishing, and the destruction of natural habitats have taken their toll on the planet's flora and fauna. As we continue to expand cities, farms, and industries, we push nature further and further into corners, making it increasingly difficult for wildlife to survive. What's even more concerning is that the rate of extinction has accelerated dramatically. We are currently experiencing what scientists call the sixth mass extinction, a period where species are disappearing at a rate that rivals the great extinction events in Earth's history. This mass extinction is not just a loss of individual species. It's a breakdown of the entire network of life that has taken millions of years to evolve. The loss of a single species can have a ripple effect on the entire ecosystem. For instance, when bees, the primary pollinators of many crops and flowers, are threatened, it can lead to the collapse of entire food systems. The extinction of predators like tigers or wolves disrupts the balance of populations lower down the food chain, causing an overpopulation of smaller species and resulting in imbalances that harm both plant and animal life. The loss of biodiversity also means a loss of natural resources that we depend on. Many medicines, for instance, are derived from plants and animals. When these species vanish, so do the potential cures they offer. The disruption of ecosystems also threatens food sources, as the pollination of crops and the regulation of pests are functions that depend on healthy wildlife populations. Without biodiversity, agriculture would become far less reliable, leading to food shortages and increasing the vulnerability of human populations. Beyond the practical implications, the loss of biodiversity is also a loss of beauty and wonder. The rich variety of life on Earth, from the smallest insect to the largest whale, provides a sense of awe and connection to the natural world. As species vanish, we lose part of what makes Earth unique, and we move closer to a world that is sterile, devoid of the intricate web of life that once filled our forests, oceans, and skies. Perhaps the most tragic aspect of this ongoing extinction is that it is largely driven by our own actions. Human activity has pushed Earth's systems beyond their limits, and now we are witnessing the consequences. We have altered the climate, destroyed habitats, and overexploited the planet's resources, all without considering the long-term effects. The disappearance of biodiversity is a direct result of our failure to live sustainably and respect the natural world. The good news is that it's not too late. Conservation efforts around the world are working to protect endangered species and restore ecosystems. If we act now, we can begin to reverse some of the damage and protect what remains of Earth's biodiversity. But this requires a global effort, a shift in how we view our relationship with nature, and a commitment to safeguarding the planet's future. As we continue our journey through Earth's vulnerabilities, we must confront the stark reality of environmental collapse. While the decline of biodiversity and the effects of climate change are already taking hold, the tipping points for environmental collapse are dangerously close. If these systems break down completely, it could spell the end of life on Earth as we know it. The environment operates as a finely tuned network, where each system, air, water, soil, and the living organisms that inhabit them, work together to maintain a delicate balance. But this balance is fragile, and when one part of the system is disrupted, the entire network is at risk. Human actions have already pushed several of these systems to their limits. and the consequences could be catastrophic. Take, for example, the Earth's carbon cycle. Forests, oceans, and soil act as carbon sinks, absorbing the excess carbon dioxide that we emit into the atmosphere. But as deforestation continues, as oceans warm and lose their ability to absorb carbon, and as soil degradation worsens, the planet's natural carbon sinks are being depleted. This creates a feedback loop where more carbon remains in the atmosphere, further exacerbating global warming. If this cycle continues unchecked, it could trigger a runaway effect, where the planet becomes increasingly hotter and ecosystems are pushed beyond the point of recovery. The collapse of the water cycle is another looming threat. Fresh water is essential for life, yet we are rapidly depleting the planet's water reserves. As glaciers melt and rivers dry up, countries are facing severe water shortages. Agriculture, which relies on a stable water supply, will be especially hard hit. And without sufficient water, entire populations will face starvation. The planet's water systems are already under stress from pollution, overuse, and climate change. And if these pressures continue, we may find ourselves facing a world where clean, accessible water is no longer a given. In addition to water and carbon, Earth's soil is also showing signs of collapse. The loss of fertile soil caused by overfarming, deforestation, and urban expansion threatens the very foundation of our food systems. Soil is not just a medium for growing crops. It is a living ecosystem, home to billions of organisms that play a crucial role in nutrient cycling and plant growth. When the soil is degraded, it becomes less able to support life, leading to crop failures and food insecurity. Worse, soil erosion can cause entire landscapes to become barren, making large areas of land uninhabitable. These environmental systems are interconnected, and once one of them collapses, the rest will follow in quick succession. Climate change, loss of biodiversity, the depletion of natural resources, and the collapse of ecosystems are all symptoms of the same underlying issue: our unsustainable relationship with the planet. While individual actions can make a difference, it will require a global effort to restore balance to Earth's systems. And time is running out. The possibility of environmental collapse should not be taken lightly. If we fail to address the root causes of these issues, we will be left with a planet incapable of sustaining human life. Environmental collapse is not just a distant threat. It is a very real danger, and one that is drawing nearer with each passing year. As we consider the future of Earth, one of the most fascinating yet unsettling factors is the role of technology. Human innovation has brought about remarkable progress. From medicine to space exploration, reshaping every aspect of our lives. However, with every technological leap comes an inherent risk. While technology has the potential to solve many of Earth's greatest challenges, it also has the capacity to accelerate the very problems we seek to avoid. The rise of industrialization and automation has dramatically increased human productivity, but it has also led to the depletion of natural resources, increased pollution, and environmental degradation. Fossil fuel consumption, which powers much of our technology, is a major driver of climate change. The very technologies that have fueled our progress are now the sources of the crisis we face. In the pursuit of greater efficiency and economic growth, we have often sacrificed the long-term health of the planet. The unchecked expansion of industries, energy consumption, and waste generation has tipped the scales toward an unsustainable future. One of the most pressing concerns is the advancement of artificial intelligence, AI, and automation. As AI continues to evolve, it holds the promise of improving countless aspects of human life. However, it also presents risks that we have yet to fully understand. The rise of AI could lead to massive job displacement, creating economic instability and widening social inequality. In addition, the increasing reliance on AI for decision-making in areas such as climate models, resource distribution, and energy management could centralize power in the hands of a few corporations or governments, leaving the well-being of the planet at their mercy. Even more concerning is the potential for AI and other technologies to be used irresponsibly. Military technologies, including autonomous drones and advanced weaponry, have the ability to alter the course of global conflicts. The development of such technologies brings with it the risk of escalation, potentially leading to catastrophic events like nuclear war. These technologies, once thought to be advancements for progress, can quickly become tools of destruction if not carefully controlled. Moreover, the rapid pace of technological advancement outpaces our ability to understand and manage its consequences. The introduction of genetically modified organisms, GMOs, into agriculture, for example, has raised concerns about long-term environmental impacts effects, including unintended consequences on ecosystems. The push for geoengineering solutions to mitigate climate change, such as solar radiation management or carbon capture, carries its own set of risks, as we are experimenting with systems we do not fully comprehend. Even as we innovate, we are left with a paradox. The very technologies that have the potential to save us could also hasten our downfall. Our dependence on technology has made us vulnerable to disruptions in the systems we rely on. The global interconnectedness that technology enables also makes us susceptible to catastrophic events, from cyber attacks to technological malfunctions that could bring down entire industries or even societies. As we push forward into an era of ever advancing technology, we must recognize that our innovations come with both incredible potential and great risk. The challenge will be to ensure that we are using technology responsibly, with a clear understanding of its impact on both the planet and humanity. The question remains: will we use technology to restore balance to Earth, or will it become the tool that accelerates our demise? As we look inward to assess the impact of human activity on Earth's fragile systems, we must also consider the vast, uncontrollable cosmic forces that threaten to endanger life. While human-made catastrophes and environmental degradation are major concerns, the universe itself is a realm of unpredictable and potentially catastrophic events that could strip the planet of its ability to sustain life. At the center of these cosmic threats is the inevitable fate of our Sun. Stars, like all things in the universe, have a life cycle. Over the course of billions of years, the Sun has provided life to Earth, warming our planet and enabling ecosystems to thrive. However, it is not eternal. In about 5 billion years, our Sun will run out of the hydrogen fuel that sustains its fusion reactions, entering the next phase of its life cycle. As it does, it will swell into a red giant, expanding beyond its current size and engulfing the inner planets, including Earth. This transformation is an unavoidable part of stellar evolution. As the Sun expands, it will cause Earth's temperature to rise dramatically, leading to the evaporation of the oceans and the loss of our atmosphere. Life as we know it will cease to exist. While this is a distant event in the far future, it is a stark reminder of the finite nature of even the most essential forces in the universe. But even before the Sun reaches its red giant phase, other cosmic threats can alter the course of life on Earth. One such danger is the possibility of a supernova, an explosive death of a star. If a star in our galaxy were to explode within a few hundred light years of Earth, the radiation released would be enough to strip away our atmosphere and disrupt the biosphere. While supernovae are relatively rare events, their impact would be catastrophic, potentially wiping out all life on Earth in a matter of moments. In addition to supernovae, gamma-ray bursts, GRBs, present another cosmic risk. These bursts of high-energy radiation, which occur when massive stars collapse or merge with other objects in space, are the most powerful explosions in the universe. A GRB, if directed toward Earth, could release radiation strong enough to damage the ozone layer, allowing harmful ultraviolet radiation from the sun to reach the surface. The effects of such an event would be devastating, potentially leading to widespread extinction, much like the scenario of a supernova. The universe also contains other unpredictable cosmic events, such as asteroid impacts, which, while less frequent, can have immediate and lasting consequences. The asteroid that struck Earth 66 million years ago, leading to the extinction of the dinosaurs, is a prime example. Such impacts have the potential to cause widespread fires, tsunamis, and a global winter, blocking out the sun and plunging the planet into darkness. While large impacts are rare, they are reminders that Earth is vulnerable to forces beyond our control. These cosmic events, although far beyond our ability to influence, serve as a humbling reminder of our place in the universe. Earth is not a static, invincible entity. It is part of a vast and ever-changing cosmos, subject to the same forces of nature that affect everything else in the universe. Our planet's existence is fragile, sustained by the right combination of conditions and threatened by forces that we cannot anticipate or prevent. As we continue to explore the universe and seek to understand these cosmic threats, we are faced with a daunting question. How long can Earth survive in the face of such powerful, unpredictable forces? The answer may lie not in our ability to control these cosmic events, but in how we adapt to the knowledge that we exist in a universe where the forces of nature can change the course of life at any moment. As we reflect on the many cosmic and natural threats facing Earth, it's crucial not to overlook the vulnerabilities of our own creations. In the modern world, we rely heavily on technology to power our societies, sustain our economies, and maintain our way of life. But as much as technology has advanced, it has also introduced new risks. Risks that, if unchecked, could push us closer to the edge of catastrophe. One of the most significant risks posed by our technological reliance is the fragility of our global infrastructure. The world is more interconnected than ever before, with systems that span continents and touch every aspect of daily life. From communication networks to energy grids, transportation systems to food supply chains, technology has woven a complex web of interdependence. But when one thread breaks, the entire system is at risk. Consider, for example, the increasing reliance on electricity and digital systems to power virtually every aspect of society. In the event of a widespread power outage, the consequences would be far-reaching. Hospitals, water treatment plants, communication networks, and financial institutions all depend on electricity to function. A prolonged blackout could bring entire cities to a standstill, disrupt economies, and create chaos. The potential for such events is rising as extreme weather events, cyber attacks, and aging infrastructure put additional strain on already fragile systems. Cybersecurity is another growing concern. As our lives become more digitally interconnected, the risk of cyber attacks grows exponentially. The vulnerability of our systems to hacking, whether it's the manipulation of financial markets, the disruption of vital infrastructure, or even the potential to launch cyber warfare, poses a significant threat. A targeted attack on a critical system could create widespread panic, destroy public trust, and destabilize entire regions. The sophistication of modern cyber attacks makes it increasingly difficult to defend against these threats, leaving us exposed to the potential for massive disruption. One of the most unsettling aspects of technological vulnerability is our dependence on advanced technologies that few understand fully. As we continue to innovate in fields like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and biotechnology, we risk creating systems that may be too complex to manage safely. What happens when these systems fail, or when they are used in ways we did not anticipate? The introduction of AI into decision-making processes, for example, has the potential to shape everything from healthcare to military strategy. However, if these systems malfunction or are exploited for malicious purposes, they could cause widespread damage. The rapid advancement of biotechnology also brings with it unforeseen risks. Genetic engineering, while holding great promise for medical treatments and food production, could have unintended consequences on ecosystems and human health. The use of CRISPR technology to modify genes could lead to breakthroughs in disease prevention, but it also raises concerns about unintended mutations and ethical dilemmas. If misused, biotechnology could push Earth's systems out of balance, creating problems that we might not be able to fix. Our technological reliance also extends to the very systems that control and monitor the Earth's environment. Climate models, weather forecasting, and resource management systems are all powered by complex algorithms and data analysis. While these technologies help us understand the world around us and make informed decisions, they are not foolproof. A failure in one of these systems, especially if it leads to mismanagement of resources or an incorrect prediction of climate trends, could have disastrous consequences. In short, while technology has the potential to improve our lives, it also comes with an inherent risk. Our increasing reliance on interconnected systems, the complexity of our technologies, and the vulnerabilities they introduce make us more susceptible to catastrophic failure. The very advancements that have allowed us to build a prosperous world also make it fragile, subject to disruption, collapse, or misuse in ways we cannot fully anticipate. As we continue to explore the potential threats to Earth's future, it's essential to focus on the slow, almost invisible decline of our planet's ecosystems. While immediate disasters like earthquakes, asteroids, and wars capture our attention, the gradual degradation of natural systems is equally dangerous. These slow, creeping changes might not seem as urgent, but they can have profound, long-lasting consequences that push Earth closer to the brink. One of the most concerning aspects of this gradual decline is the loss of forests, which are not only the lungs of the Earth, but also essential for maintaining biodiversity. Forests provide habitats for countless species, regulate the global carbon cycle, and help stabilize the climate by absorbing carbon dioxide. Yet, every year, vast swathes of these forests are destroyed due to human activities, particularly logging and agricultural expansion. Tropical rainforests, in particular, are being cut down at an alarming rate, with the Amazon often referred to as the lungs of the earth, losing thousands of acres every day. The destruction of these forests has a cascading effect. As forests vanish, so do the species that depend on them. The rate of species extinction accelerates, and entire ecosystems collapse. In addition to this, deforestation contributes significantly to climate change. as the carbon stored in trees is released back into the atmosphere when they are burned or decomposed. This, in turn, accelerates the warming of the planet, creating a feedback loop that is difficult to break. But deforestation is just one piece of the puzzle. Soil degradation is another invisible threat to Earth's ecosystems. As forests are cleared and agricultural practices become more intensive, the soil loses its nutrients and structure, leading to erosion, desertification, and the collapse of once fertile land. The destruction of soil not only threatens agriculture, but also reduces the land's ability to support plant life, which in turn affects the entire food chain. The loss of healthy soil is a problem that is often overlooked, but it is one that is quietly undermining Earth's ability to sustain life. Ocean ecosystems are also undergoing a slow but steady decline. The oceans cover more than 70% of the planet's surface and a home to a staggering diversity of life. Yet, human activities such as overfishing, pollution, and climate change are pushing marine ecosystems toward collapse. Coral reefs, which are some of the most diverse ecosystems on Earth, are being bleached by rising ocean temperatures. These reefs support entire marine food webs, and their destruction could result in the loss of many fish species that humans rely on for food. Furthermore, pollution, particularly plastic waste, is choking marine life and threatening the health of the oceans. The process of ocean acidification is another hidden threat. As the atmosphere warms, more carbon dioxide is absorbed by the oceans, causing the water to become more acidic. This acidification disrupts the ability of marine organisms such as corals, shellfish, and plankton to build their calcium-based shells. These organisms are at the base of the ocean's food web, and their decline could trigger a collapse of the entire marine ecosystem, affecting not only marine life but also the global food supply. These environmental declines may not be as dramatic or immediately devastating as a natural disaster, but they are cumulative. The effects of deforestation, soil degradation, and ocean collapse may take decades or even centuries to fully manifest, but they can lead to irreversible damage. Over time, as ecosystems continue to break down, the Earth becomes less able to support the complex web of life that sustains us. We may not see the effects of this gradual decline until it's too late. A planet once rich with biodiversity and abundant natural resources could slowly fade into an unrecognizable state. unable to support the life that thrives here today. The loss of ecosystems is not just an environmental issue, it's an existential one. Without healthy ecosystems, we cannot survive. Our food, water, air, and climate all depend on the delicate balance of Earth's natural systems. As we look deeper into the future of Earth, we cannot ignore the inevitability of climate shifts. The Earth's climate has always been dynamic, changing over millions of years, cycling through warm and cold periods. Yet, the rapid pace at which human activity has altered the climate today is unprecedented in the planet's history. The shifts we are witnessing are not just part of a natural cycle, they are driven by us, and the consequences are becoming more apparent by the day. The rise in global temperatures is perhaps the most obvious sign of this disruption. Average temperatures have already increased by approximately 1.2 degrees Celsius since the late 19th century, and this number is projected to rise further if we do not take immediate action. This may not sound like much, but even a slight increase in temperature can have profound consequences. It has already led to the melting of glaciers and ice sheets, contributing to rising sea levels. Low-lying coastal areas are now at risk, and millions of people living in these regions may soon have to face the consequences of flooding and displacement. Moreover, the warming of the atmosphere is shifting weather patterns. Extreme weather events, droughts, storms, heat waves, and floods are becoming more frequent and intense. What once were considered rare occurrences are now happening with alarming regularity. Hurricanes, for example, have increased in intensity, with warmer ocean temperatures providing more energy to fuel these powerful storms. The destruction they cause can be catastrophic, displacing entire communities, damaging infrastructure, and leading to loss of life. Meanwhile, heat waves and droughts are becoming more severe, threatening food and water supplies, particularly in regions already facing environmental stress. Beyond the direct impacts of rising temperatures, there are other, more subtle shifts happening within the planet's climate systems. The Arctic, for example, is warming at twice the rate of the rest of the planet, a phenomenon known as Arctic amplification. As the ice melts, the land and ocean underneath absorb more heat, accelerating the process of warming. This not only threatens polar ecosystems, but also disrupts weather patterns across the globe. Melting ice in the Arctic also affects the jet stream, causing unusual weather patterns and further extremes in temperature. Even more worrying are the potential tipping points within the Earth's climate system. These are thresholds where small changes can trigger a rapid and irreversible shift in the climate. For instance, the thawing of permafrost could release vast amounts of methane, a potent greenhouse gas, into the atmosphere, dramatically accelerating global warming. Similarly, the loss of tropical rainforests, particularly the Amazon, could further destabilize the climate, as these forests play a vital role in regulating temperature and rainfall patterns. The potential for runaway climate change is also a critical concern. As we push the planet's systems beyond their limits, there is a risk that Earth's climate could shift into a state that is far beyond what we can adapt to. This could lead to a hothouse Earth scenario, where global temperatures rise to levels that make large parts of the planet uninhabitable. Regions that are currently able to support life could become deserts, and the oceans could warm to a point where marine ecosystems collapse. We are now at a crossroads. The decisions we make today will determine whether we can manage the ongoing climate shifts or whether we push Earth beyond the point of recovery. The future of life on Earth depends on our ability to mitigate these changes and adapt to the new realities of a changing climate. If we fail, the inevitable result will be a planet increasingly hostile to life, a world no longer able to sustain the delicate balance that has made it a haven for life. As we continue to explore the future of Earth, it becomes clear that the risks we face are not confined to the environment alone. Our very way of life, built upon complex global systems, is also at risk of collapsing. These systems, economic, social, technological, and political, are all interconnected and, like the planet itself, fragile. A breakdown in any one of these systems can trigger a chain reaction, leading to widespread collapse and an irreversible shift in how we live. At the heart of this vulnerability is the global economy. For decades, we have built a world that depends on constant growth, resource extraction, and consumption. Global trade, supply chains, and financial markets are intricately linked, creating an ecosystem of economic interdependence. But this interconnectedness, while creating immense wealth, also makes us susceptible to economic shocks. A sudden disruption, such as a financial crisis or a collapse in major supply chains can have ripple effects across the entire world. The 2008 global financial crisis served as a stark reminder of how interconnected the world economy is. What started as a housing market collapse in the United States quickly spread to every corner of the globe, leading to widespread unemployment, economic instability, and the erosion of wealth. Though the global economy eventually recovered, the crisis revealed just how fragile our economic systems can be. In a world where financial markets and supply chains are often more interconnected than ever before, the potential for a single event to cause a worldwide collapse is higher than we might think. Another critical aspect of our global systems is the rapid pace of technological development. While advancements in technology have revolutionized communication, transportation, and health, they have also created new vulnerabilities. Our reliance on digital infrastructure, from the internet to cloud computing, makes us susceptible to cyber attacks, data breaches, and system failures. A large-scale cyber attack could cripple industries, halt communication, and disrupt essential services like healthcare and transportation, leading to chaos and widespread harm. Even more concerning is the role of artificial intelligence in managing these systems. AI and automation are being increasingly integrated into industries and government, from energy management to decision-making in healthcare and military operations. While AI promises efficiency and problem-solving, it also introduces unknown risks. A malfunction in an AI-driven system could have disastrous consequences, especially in critical areas like defense or healthcare. The potential for AI to be weaponized or misused, either intentionally or accidentally, further heightens the risk of large-scale disruptions. Our global political systems are equally vulnerable. The rise of nationalism, political instability, and increasing polarization in many countries points to a breakdown in the collaborative frameworks that have sustained global peace for decades. Global issues like climate change, resource scarcity, and pandemics require coordinated action. However, political gridlock and distrust between nations hinder our ability to respond effectively. If countries are unable to cooperate on these issues, the result could be conflict, war, and a breakdown of global governance. The collapse of any one of these interconnected systems, be it economic, technological, or political, can have a domino effect, leading to widespread instability. This systemic risk is perhaps one of the most profound threats to Earth's future. We may face a world where economic systems fail, technology falters, and political institutions crumble under the weight of unresolved global crises. If such a collapse occurs, it may leave humanity struggling to survive in a world that is no longer able to support the complexity of modern life. As we continue to face these challenges, the question becomes, can we rebuild a more resilient and sustainable global system before it's too late? The answers will not come easily, but the survival of Earth's human population and its ecosystems may depend on how effectively we address these risks. Failure to adapt and create sustainable systems may bring Earth to a tipping point, one from which it may be impossible to recover. As we look at Earth's future, it's clear that no matter how much we plan or prepare, the future remains uncertain. The planet we call home is caught in an intricate dance between natural forces, human intervention, and cosmic events, all of which play a role in determining whether Earth will remain a sanctuary for life or fall victim to collapse. We may think we have control over the planet's destiny, but in reality, many of the most significant forces affecting Earth's future are beyond our comprehension and influence. One of the greatest uncertainties lies in the effects of climate change. While scientists have a clear understanding of the trends and potential outcomes, predicting the exact extent of climate shifts and when they will occur is far more challenging. We know that rising global temperatures, melting ice caps, and shifting weather patterns will have profound effects on Earth's ecosystems. But the specific ways these changes will manifest and how quickly they will escalate are still a mystery. How many species will go extinct? Which regions will be rendered uninhabitable? Will the pace of change be slow enough for humans and ecosystems to adapt? Or will we reach a tipping point where no amount of effort can reverse the damage? These questions underscore the uncertainty of our future on Earth. Even the most well-intentioned efforts to combat climate change may not be enough. We have already passed certain points of no return, tipping points where irreversible damage has been done. The melting of the polar ice caps, the acidification of the oceans, and the depletion of biodiversity are all issues that will continue to unfold regardless of the actions we take now. The question is, will we be able to halt or slow these processes before they reach a catastrophic threshold? Another layer of uncertainty comes from the unpredictability of human actions. While we have made significant strides in addressing environmental issues, there is still much to be done. Political instability, social inequality, and economic pressures often hinder our collective efforts. As nations grapple with competing priorities, it is uncertain whether humanity can come together to address the global crises we face. The urgency of climate change, resource depletion, and biodiversity loss demands cooperation on a scale we have not yet achieved. Will we be able to bridge the divides between countries, industries, and individuals to create meaningful change? Or will we continue down a path of fragmentation and inaction? The rapid advancement of technology also brings its own uncertainties. As we innovate and push the boundaries of what is possible, we open ourselves to new risks and challenges. Artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and automation all hold immense promise for improving human life. But they also come with dangers. How will AI systems evolve? And what happens if they surpass human control? Will biotechnology's potential for curing diseases lead to unintended consequences? And as automation replaces jobs, will society be able to adapt to the massive economic changes that follow? In addition to human-made uncertainty, there are also unpredictable cosmic events that could alter the course of life on Earth. As we discussed, supernovae, gamma-ray bursts, and asteroid impacts all present potential threats to the planet. While these events are rare, the scale of their consequences makes them impossible to ignore. The universe is filled with dangers that we cannot anticipate, and we are helpless in the face of such cosmic forces. The sun itself, our life-giving star, will one day turn into a red giant, altering the conditions of Earth beyond recognition. But, again, the timeline for this event is so distant that it may feel irrelevant. However, the inevitability of these cosmic events remains a stark reminder of how fragile Earth's existence truly is. As we navigate through these uncertainties, one thing is clear: Earth's future is not set in stone. It is the result of a complex interplay between human actions, natural forces, and cosmic events. While we cannot control everything, we do have the power to influence some aspects of our planet's future. Our choices, both individually and collectively, will determine whether Earth remains a vibrant, thriving planet, or if we join the ranks of the failed worlds in the galaxy's graveyard. The key question remains: how will we respond to the uncertainty of our future? Will we act in time to secure a sustainable, habitable planet for generations to come? Or will we let the forces of chance and chaos shape our fate? As we look at Earth's future, it's clear that no matter how much we plan or prepare, the future remains uncertain. The planet we call home is caught in an intricate dance between natural forces, human intervention, and cosmic events, all of which play a role in determining whether Earth will remain a sanctuary for life or fall victim to collapse. We may think we have control over the planet's destiny, but in reality, many of the most significant forces affecting Earth's future are beyond our comprehension and influence. One of the greatest uncertainties lies in the effects of climate change. While scientists have a clear understanding of the trends and potential outcomes, predicting the exact extent of climate shifts and when they will occur is far more challenging. We know that rising global temperatures, melting ice caps, and shifting weather patterns will have profound effects on Earth's ecosystems. But the specific ways these changes will manifest and how quickly they will escalate are still a mystery. How many species will go extinct? Which regions will be rendered uninhabitable? Will the pace of change be slow enough for humans and ecosystems to adapt? Or will we reach a tipping point where no amount of effort can reverse the damage? These questions underscore the uncertainty of our future on Earth. Even the most well-intentioned efforts to combat climate change may not be enough. We have already passed certain points of no return, tipping points where irreversible damage has been done. The melting of the polar ice caps, the acidification of the oceans, and the depletion of biodiversity are all issues that will continue to unfold regardless of the actions we take now. The question is, will we be able to halt or slow these processes before they reach a catastrophic threshold? Another layer of uncertainty comes from the unpredictability of human actions. While we have made significant strides in addressing environmental issues, there is still much to be done. Political instability, social inequality, and economic pressures often hinder our collective efforts. As nations grapple with competing priorities, it is uncertain whether humanity can come together to address the global crises we face. The urgency of climate change, resource depletion, and biodiversity loss demands cooperation on a scale we have not yet achieved. Will we be able to bridge the divides between countries, industries, and individuals to create meaningful change? Or will we continue down a path of fragmentation and inaction? The rapid advancement of technology also brings its own uncertainties. As we innovate and push the boundaries of what is possible, we open ourselves to new risks and challenges. Artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and automation all hold immense promise for improving human life. But they also come with dangers. How will AI systems evolve? And what happens if they surpass human control? Will biotechnology's potential for curing diseases lead to unintended consequences? And as automation replaces jobs, will society be able to adapt to the massive economic changes that follow? In addition to human-made uncertainty, there are also unpredictable cosmic events that could alter the course of life on Earth. As we discussed, supernovae, gamma-ray bursts, and asteroid impacts all present potential threats to the planet. While these events are rare, the scale of their consequences makes them impossible to ignore. The universe is filled with dangers that we cannot anticipate, and we are helpless in the face of such cosmic forces. The sun itself, our life-giving star, will one day turn into a red giant, altering the conditions of Earth beyond recognition. But again, the timeline for this event is so distant that it may feel irrelevant. However, the inevitability of these cosmic events remains a stark reminder of how fragile Earth's existence truly is. As we navigate through these uncertainties, one thing is clear: Earth's future is not set in stone. It is the result of a complex interplay between human actions, natural forces, and cosmic events. While we cannot control everything, we do have the power to influence some aspects of our planet's future. Our choices, both individually and collectively, will determine whether Earth remains a vibrant, thriving planet, or if we join the ranks of the failed worlds in the galaxy's graveyard. The key question remains: how will we respond to the uncertainty of our future? Will we act in time to secure a sustainable, habitable planet for generations to come? Or will we let the forces of chance and chaos shape our fate? One of the most pressing issues facing the future of Earth is the scarcity of resources. As human populations grow and the demand for food, water, energy, and raw materials increases, Earth's finite resources are being stretched to their limits. The question of whether we can continue to extract and consume these resources at the current pace without running into severe shortages is a challenge that looms large over our future. The most obvious and immediate threat is the depletion of fresh water. While Earth is covered with water, only about 2.5% of it is fresh water, and even less is readily accessible for human use. Groundwater, rivers, and lakes are being rapidly depleted by human consumption. In many regions of the world, water scarcity is already a serious issue, exacerbated by factors such as population growth, pollution, and climate change. Entire nations depend on fresh water from limited sources, and as those sources dwindle, tensions over water rights and access will only intensify. In some areas, the competition for water has already led to conflict, and in the future, the scarcity of this precious resource could become a driving force behind even greater instability. Equally concerning is the depletion of fossil fuels. Oil, coal, and natural gas have been the primary sources of energy for the modern world, powering everything from transportation to industry. However, these resources are finite, and extraction rates are rapidly outpacing the rate at which they can be replenished, while renewable energy sources like wind, solar, and geothermal offer promising alternatives. The transition away from fossil fuels is slow, and the world remains heavily dependent on these energy sources. As oil prices rise and supplies become scarcer, the global economy will face mounting challenges. Energy shortages could lead to economic collapse, social unrest, and geopolitical conflict, particularly in regions that rely heavily on fossil fuels for power and industry. Alongside energy and water, the demand for food is another critical factor in the looming resource crisis. The world's population is expected to reach nearly 10 billion by 2050, placing unprecedented pressure on agricultural systems. The expansion of farmland, often at the expense of forests and other natural habitats, further degrades the environment, contributing to soil erosion, desertification, and biodiversity loss. Our current agricultural practices, which rely heavily on chemical fertilizers and pesticides, also harm the land and water supplies, creating long-term sustainability problems. The global food supply is vulnerable to climate change, as shifting weather patterns and extreme events like droughts, floods, and heat waves disrupt crop yields. The scarcity of natural resources will not only affect our daily lives, but could also ignite conflicts. As resources become scarcer, nations and communities will vie for control over what's left, potentially leading to wars over water, land, and energy supplies. Already, we see tensions between nations over access to critical resources. For example, disputes over water rights in regions like the Middle East and South Asia are becoming more frequent, and similar conflicts over natural resources could become the norm in the future. This looming resource crisis poses a simple but chilling question. How much longer can we continue on our current trajectory of resource consumption without facing the dire consequences of scarcity? While efforts to shift toward renewable energy, sustainable farming, and water conservation are important, they may not be enough to prevent the full-scale collapse of Earth's resource systems if we don't act quickly and comprehensively. The increasing strain on the Earth's resources is a wake-up call, one that demands we rethink how we live, how we consume, and how we plan for the future. If we fail to change course, we could face a world where basic necessities are out of reach, ecosystems collapse, and life as we know it becomes unsustainable. Our future depends on finding new ways to balance human needs with the health of the planet. And if we don't, we may soon find ourselves facing the reality of a resource-deprived world. As Earth faces the growing threats of environmental degradation, resource scarcity, and technological disruptions, one of the most destabilizing forces could be political instability. The intricate balance of global governance is under increasing pressure, and the possibility of political breakdowns is no longer a distant concern but an imminent risk. As nations face the consequences of climate change, economic crises, and resource shortages, tensions could rise to a point where cooperation between countries becomes impossible. Political instability often begins with economic inequality. As the global economy becomes more interconnected, wealth disparities between countries and within them continue to widen. The rich continue to accumulate wealth, while the poorest bear the brunt of environmental destruction, poor health, and limited access to resources. This inequality has already led to social unrest in many parts of the world. And as the pressures of climate change and resource depletion grow, the divide will only deepen. When the poor and vulnerable are left without basic necessities like food, clean water, or shelter, their frustration will inevitably lead to protests, violence, and instability. The breakdown of social and political systems can occur when governments are unable or unwilling to respond to these growing pressures. In some cases, political leaders may seek to consolidate power, undermine democratic institutions, or use nationalism and populism to maintain control. This can lead to authoritarianism, the erosion of civil liberties, and a breakdown in trust between citizens and their governments. As seen in many historical examples, authoritarian regimes often rise in times of crisis, promising stability at the cost of freedom and justice. While this might provide short-term control, it often exacerbates long-term instability, creating a volatile environment where social order can collapse. In addition to internal political instability, the geopolitical landscape is increasingly fragile. The competition for resources, particularly water, energy, and arable land, is becoming a primary driver of conflict. Countries that rely on shared natural resources may find themselves in conflict with neighboring nations over access and control. For example, water scarcity in Central Asia has already led to tensions between nations like Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, and disputes over river basins are expected to escalate as water resources continue to dwindle. Similarly, in the Middle East, countries like Syria and Iraq have experienced civil war partially driven by competition for water and agricultural resources. Global institutions, which have traditionally been a mechanism for cooperation, are now struggling to manage these crises effectively. The United Nations, World Trade Organization, and other international organizations have proven to be inefficient in addressing urgent global problems. Climate agreements like the Paris Accords have achieved limited success, and the failure to implement meaningful action has undermined faith in these institutions. In a world where nations are increasingly turning inward to protect their own interests, the capacity for collective action on a global scale is at risk. Without cooperation and effective governance, the world may descend into fragmentation and conflict, making it even more difficult to address the pressing challenges we face. The risk of political instability is not just about wars and revolutions. It's also about the slow erosion of societal norms. If governance structures begin to crumble, trust in institutions will collapse and social cohesion will fray. In the face of uncertainty and resource scarcity, people may turn to violence, creating pockets of lawlessness and anarchy. The breakdown of social systems can also lead to mass migrations as people flee uninhabitable regions. This creates additional pressure on neighboring countries and can lead to further tensions and conflicts. The path forward is clear. If we fail to address political instability, we will compound the environmental and economic challenges we face. Global cooperation, effective governance, and a commitment to justice and equality are essential for mitigating the risks of political collapse. However, if these systems continue to fail, Earth could enter a state of perpetual instability, where human societies are left to scramble for survival in a fractured world. One of the often overlooked yet deeply concerning aspects of Earth's decline is the disintegration of global ecosystem services. Ecosystem services are the benefits that humans derive from the natural world: clean air, fertile soil, pollination of crops, water filtration, and more. These services are fundamental to life on Earth, yet they are disappearing at an alarming rate due to human activities. If Earth's ecosystems continue to degrade, these vital services could vanish, leaving humanity unable to sustain itself. At the heart of this issue is the loss of biodiversity, which plays a central role in maintaining the resilience of ecosystems. Every species, from the smallest insect to the largest predator, has a role in ensuring the stability of natural processes. The decline of species reduces the ability of ecosystems to function properly, making them more vulnerable to further damage. For example, as pollinators like bees and butterflies face decline due to pesticides and habitat loss, the ability of plants to reproduce diminishes. This has a direct impact on food production, as many crops depend on pollination to bear fruit. Another crucial service provided by ecosystems is the regulation of the climate. Forests, wetlands, and oceans act as carbon sinks, absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and helping to mitigate the impacts of climate change. As forests are cleared and wetlands are drained, this vital function is lost, and more carbon is released into the atmosphere, accelerating the warming of the planet. The health of our oceans is equally important in this regard. Oceans not only absorb large amounts of carbon dioxide, but they also play a role in regulating global temperatures by distributing heat around the planet. As ocean temperatures rise and ecosystems like coral reefs and kelp forests are destroyed, the ability of the oceans to function as carbon sinks diminishes. Water filtration is another ecosystem service at risk. Wetlands, forests, and natural landscapes act as natural filters, cleaning water before it reaches rivers, lakes, and groundwater sources. However, deforestation, industrial pollution, and over-extraction of water are degrading these natural filtration systems. As a result, water quality is deteriorating and the cost of providing clean water rises. This issue is already affecting millions of people around the world, especially in developing regions where access to clean water is limited. Soil health, too, is an ecosystem service that is rapidly declining. Healthy soil supports agriculture, provides habitat for organisms, and plays a key role in carbon storage. Yet, intensive farming, deforestation, and urbanization are depleting soil fertility and causing erosion. Without healthy soil, food production becomes increasingly difficult, threatening global food security. The loss of soil also reduces the land's ability to store carbon, exacerbating the effects of climate change. As these ecosystem services disappear, humanity will face an increasingly hostile environment. The loss of biodiversity and natural resources will make it harder to feed the growing population, manage water supplies, and mitigate the impacts of climate change. The very systems that have supported human civilization for millennia will be lost, leaving us vulnerable to collapse. While efforts are being made to restore some of these services through reforestation, sustainable agriculture, and ocean conservation, the scale of the challenge is immense. The degradation of ecosystems is so widespread that many of the services we rely on are already beyond the point of recovery. In the coming decades, the degradation of ecosystem services may become one of the most significant drivers of global instability. As the Earth's natural systems break down, the ability of governments, industry, and communities to respond will be severely limited. The consequences of this collapse will be felt in every aspect of life: food production, water access, climate regulation, and more. Ultimately, the loss of ecosystem services is a warning sign that we are living beyond Earth's capacity to sustain us. If we do not act to restore and protect these vital systems, we will face a future where Earth becomes inhospitable to life. The collapse of ecosystem services will be one of the most profound impacts of our failure to live sustainably, and it may be the final tipping point that forces humanity to confront the reality of a dying planet. As Earth's ecosystems falter and resources become increasingly scarce, one of the most pressing challenges we face is overpopulation. With the global population approaching 10 billion by 2050, the strain on the planet's resources will only intensify. Overpopulation is not just a numbers game. It's about the ability of Earth to sustain the demands of so many people. As we push the limits of available land, water, and energy, we risk creating a world that is unable to support the very people it is meant to nourish. One of the most immediate consequences of overpopulation is the overwhelming demand for food. As the population grows, so does the need for agricultural land. However, much of the arable land available for farming is already being used, and much of it is being degraded by unsustainable practices. Deforestation, overgrazing, and excessive use of chemical fertilizers are reducing the land's ability to produce crops. This puts immense pressure on farmers to increase production, which often leads to more environmentally harmful practices. At the same time, the global water supply is also under threat. Agriculture is the largest consumer of fresh water, and as more land is used for farming, more water is required to irrigate crops. But water is a finite resource, and in many parts of the world, fresh water supplies are already stretched thin. Overpopulation exacerbates this issue as more people compete for the same limited water resources. In areas already experiencing water stress, such as parts of Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, this competition can lead to conflict and displacement. In addition to food and water, energy demand will continue to rise as the population grows. Energy production, particularly from fossil fuels, has already caused significant environmental damage, and as more people require power for homes, industries, and transportation, the pressure on the planet's energy systems will become even more intense. This could lead to increased greenhouse gas emissions, further exacerbating climate change and its associated impacts. The transition to renewable energy is crucial, but it is not yet sufficient to meet the growing demand, especially as developing nations continue to industrialize. Overpopulation also leads to overcrowding in urban areas. As cities expand to accommodate more people, the infrastructure necessary to support them, such as roads, sanitation systems, and healthcare, becomes strained. This results in poor living conditions, pollution, and the spread of diseases. Urban sprawl leads to the destruction of natural habitats, reducing biodiversity and further undermining the planet's ecosystems. Additionally, the increase in waste production, from plastic to electronic waste, becomes increasingly difficult to manage, leading to pollution of both land and water. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of overpopulation is the social and political instability it can create. With more people living in poverty and competition for resources becoming fiercer, the risk of social unrest increases. Inequalities between the rich and poor will widen, and millions of people could be pushed into extreme poverty. In the face of this, governments may struggle to meet the needs of their citizens, leading to political instability, civil unrest, and the collapse of social systems. Overpopulation is not just a problem of the future, it is already happening. The Earth's resources are finite, and if we do not address the issue of population growth and its associated demands, we risk pushing the planet to a breaking point. The future of Earth depends on our ability to manage population growth in a sustainable way, focusing on equitable access to resources, responsible consumption, and the protection of the planet's ecosystems. In an increasingly interconnected world, global supply chains form the backbone of the modern economy. Everything we consume, from the food we eat to the electronics we use, relies on a vast network of raw materials, production facilities, and transportation systems that span continents. However, these systems are highly vulnerable to disruptions, whether caused by environmental catastrophes, resource scarcity, or political instability. The collapse of global supply chains would send shockwaves through economies worldwide, leading to shortages, rising costs, and economic collapse. Climate change is already putting significant stress on supply chains. Extreme weather events such as hurricanes, floods, and droughts are becoming more frequent and intense, disrupting transportation routes and manufacturing operations. For example, when Hurricane Katrina struck the Gulf Coast in 2005, it caused widespread damage to oil refineries, leading to fuel shortages that affected the entire United States. More recently, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed the fragility of global supply chains as factories were shut down and transportation routes were severely limited. The pandemic revealed just how dependent the world is on a delicate network of global suppliers, and how vulnerable it can be to disruption. As global temperatures rise and extreme weather events become more common, the ability of supply chains to function efficiently will be increasingly compromised. Ports could be inundated by rising sea levels, disrupting the flow of goods. Transportation networks, such as roads and railways, may be damaged by extreme weather or flooding, making it more difficult to deliver products on time. In regions where water scarcity is already a problem, access to critical resources like water for agriculture and industry could become even more limited. This will create bottlenecks in production and delivery, leading to shortages of essential goods. The impact of such disruptions will not only affect consumer goods, but also critical supplies like food and medicine. For example, the global agricultural system relies on a complex network of supply chains to deliver food to markets. If crops fail due to droughts, or transportation routes are blocked by floods or extreme storms, food production could plummet. The resulting shortages would increase food prices and lead to widespread hunger, especially in developing nations that rely heavily on imported food. The inability to deliver essential medicines to remote areas due to damaged infrastructure could have deadly consequences, particularly for those who rely on regular treatments for chronic conditions. Political instability and resource conflicts will further strain global supply chains. As nations face increasing competition for dwindling resources such as water and energy, tensions between countries will rise. Trade wars, tariffs, and sanctions could further disrupt the flow of goods across borders as countries prioritize their own survival over international cooperation. In such an environment, multinational corporations and industries that once thrived on globalization may be forced to retreat to more localized production, reducing efficiency and increasing costs. In addition to these physical disruptions, the financial infrastructure that supports global trade is also at risk. The interconnectedness of the world's financial markets means that a collapse in one area, whether due to a market crash, debt crisis, or currency devaluation, can have a cascading effect on the entire global economy. This financial instability could make it more difficult for companies to finance operations, purchase materials, or maintain production levels, further weakening supply chains. The collapse of global supply chains would not only disrupt the economy but also lead to widespread social unrest. People who are used to the convenience of cheap, readily available goods will face scarcity, leading to frustration and anger. Governments will struggle to maintain order as food and basic supplies become harder to find. In extreme cases, political unrest, violence, and social breakdown could result from widespread shortages. The fragility of global supply chains is a critical factor in the future of Earth. While technological advancements have made these systems incredibly efficient, they have also made them highly vulnerable. The effects of environmental destruction, resource scarcity, and political instability could trigger a collapse that leaves the world struggling to meet its most basic needs. In the modern world, technology permeates nearly every aspect of our lives. We rely on it to communicate, to work, to access information, and to manage nearly every critical system in society, from healthcare to transportation to energy. While technology has undoubtedly improved our quality of life, it has also created new vulnerabilities, some of which we are only beginning to understand. The more dependent we become on technology, the greater the risks of widespread disruption in the event of technological failure or abuse. One of the most immediate and concerning risks is the vulnerability of digital infrastructure. As our societies grow increasingly reliant on digital networks for communication, commerce, and essential services, any disruption in these systems can have far-reaching effects. Cyber attacks, whether by individuals, criminal organizations, or state-sponsored actors, have the potential to cripple entire economies and disrupt daily life. In recent years, we have seen a rise in high-profile cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, including power grids, financial institutions, and government databases. A successful cyber attack on any of these systems could cause widespread chaos, disrupting not only national security, but also food, water, and energy supplies. The interconnected nature of global networks makes these risks even more dangerous. As companies and nations share data across borders, the potential for cascading failures increases. A vulnerability in one system can quickly spread, causing a domino effect that affects entire industries and countries. For instance, the 2017 ransomware attack, known as WannaCry, affected hundreds of thousands of computers across the world, crippling hospitals, businesses, and government agencies. While that attack was contained, it highlighted just how fragile our dependence on digital systems can be. Another area of concern is the impact of artificial intelligence, AI, and automation. While AI has the potential to revolutionize industries and improve efficiencies, it also introduces new risks. As AI systems become more autonomous, they may make decisions that are beyond human understanding or control. This could lead to unintended consequences, such as biases in decision making, errors in critical systems, or the development of technology that is difficult to reverse. For example, in military applications, autonomous weapons powered by AI could escalate conflicts in ways we cannot predict. A failure in AI-powered healthcare systems could lead to incorrect diagnoses or treatment plans, endangering lives. In addition, AI's ability to influence markets and economies is raising concerns about its role in financial systems. Algorithmic trading, where AI systems make rapid decisions based on market data, has been linked to market volatility. A sudden unforeseen malfunction in an AI system could cause a market crash or lead to financial instability. As AI continues to gain influence in the financial sector, the risk of an unforeseen technological failure grows, one that could have severe consequences for global economies. Moreover, the rise of technological dependence also has psychological and social implications. As people spend more time in virtual spaces, whether through social media, online entertainment, or virtual work environments, the line between the digital world and reality becomes increasingly blurred. This shift can lead to a sense of disconnection, isolation, and dependence on technology for social interactions. Over time, this may erode human relationships and community bonds, contributing to feelings of alienation and mental health challenges. The increasing reliance on technology to manage daily life may also diminish people's ability to think critically and solve problems independently, leaving them more vulnerable to misinformation, manipulation, and exploitation. Despite these risks, the technological revolution shows no signs of slowing down. While technology holds the potential to solve some of Earth's most pressing problems, it also creates new challenges that we must carefully manage. The more we rely on technology to address complex issues like climate change, resource management, and social inequality, the greater the potential for unintended consequences. Technology is not a panacea. It is a tool that must be wielded with care and foresight, or it could become another force contributing to Earth's eventual decline. As Earth faces mounting challenges, from climate change to resource depletion, one of the most troubling risks to our future is the growing indifference towards environmental issues. In a world where the impacts of environmental degradation are becoming increasingly visible. More intense natural disasters, rising sea levels, and widespread species loss. There remains a significant portion of the population that either denies or ignores the severity of these issues. This apathy not only hinders efforts to address the crises, but accelerates the path toward environmental collapse. One of the most significant drivers of environmental indifference is the disconnect between people and the natural world. For many, the consequences of deforestation, pollution, and climate change seem distant or abstract. In urban environments, especially, nature has become something distant, something separate from daily life. People rarely see the damage being done to ecosystems and often fail to make the connection between their actions, such as the consumption of fossil fuels or plastic, and the degradation of the planet. This detachment creates a sense of complacency, where individuals and societies prioritize short-term gains over long-term sustainability. The media plays a large role in shaping public perception of environmental issues, and too often, environmental crises are framed in ways that downplay their urgency. Climate change, for example, is often presented as a gradual problem, one that we can address later. This narrative allows people to feel that they have time to act, even when the window for effective intervention is rapidly closing. Similarly, issues like species extinction and resource depletion are often treated as inevitable or beyond our control, reducing the sense of responsibility that individuals and governments feel to address them. Political leaders, too, have played a role in fostering indifference. Environmental issues are often overshadowed by immediate political concerns, such as economic growth or national security. Governments, especially those of powerful industrial nations, have been reluctant to take bold action to combat climate change or protect natural resources, often citing economic costs or the interests of powerful industries. This reluctance has been particularly evident in the slow pace of international climate agreements and the failure to implement meaningful policies to reduce carbon emissions or protect biodiversity. Another factor contributing to environmental indifference is the rise of consumer culture. In a society driven by consumption, people often prioritize convenience and comfort over sustainability. Fast fashion, disposable goods, and a constant cycle of consumption have become normalized, with little thought given to the environmental cost of these practices. People are bombarded with advertisements encouraging them to buy more, consume more, and discard more. This relentless consumerism fuels resource extraction, energy consumption, and pollution, all while fostering a mindset of waste and disregard for the planet's long-term well-being. Perhaps most alarming is the fact that this indifference is not just a passive acceptance of environmental decline, but an active rejection of the science and facts that warn us about the dangers we face. Climate change denial, for example, is still prevalent in certain circles, despite overwhelming scientific evidence of its causes and effects. Politicians, media personalities, and corporate interests who downplay or deny the reality of climate change contribute to this widespread ignorance, perpetuating a cycle of inaction. However, this indifference is not universal. Across the world, there are movements and individuals who are pushing for greater environmental awareness and action. Activists, scientists, and ordinary citizens are fighting to bring attention to the urgency of the environmental crises we face. The rise of youth climate movements, such as Greta Thunberg's Fridays for Future, is evidence of the growing demand for action. But these voices are often drowned out by those who benefit from the status quo. Industries that profit from environmental degradation and political systems that prioritize short-term economic growth over the long-term health of the planet. The question we must ask is, how much longer can we afford to ignore the warnings of environmental scientists and activists? The longer we delay taking meaningful action, the more difficult it will become to reverse the damage we have caused. Indifference to the environment is not just a personal failing, it is a collective one that has the potential to push Earth beyond the point of recovery. As we face the future, we must ask ourselves, will we continue down the path of indifference, or will we take responsibility for the planet's future and act before it's too late? The oceans are Earth's lifeblood, covering more than 70% of the planet's surface and regulating the climate, providing food, and sustaining countless ecosystems. However, these vast bodies of water are not immune to the pressures of human activity, and the collapse of Earth's oceans could mark the beginning of an irreversible environmental crisis. The damage we have done to our oceans has been gradual but significant. And if the current trends continue, we risk pushing our oceans past the point of recovery. One of the most pressing issues facing the oceans is the rise in sea temperatures. The warming of the planet is directly affecting ocean temperatures, leading to the bleaching and death of coral reef. These reefs, often called the rainforests of the sea, support over 25% of marine species. As water temperatures rise, coral polyps expel the symbiotic algae that give them their color and provide them with food, causing coral reefs to lose their vibrant color and become vulnerable to disease. Once the reefs die, the biodiversity they support is drastically reduced, leaving marine life without crucial habitats. In addition to coral bleaching, warmer oceans contribute to the melting of polar ice caps and glaciers, resulting in rising sea levels. Coastal cities, home to billions of people, are already facing the threat of flooding as sea levels creep higher each year. Entire regions could be lost to the sea, displacing millions of people and destroying vital infrastructure. Nations with large coastal populations, such as Bangladesh and the Maldives, are particularly at risk. Rising sea levels could also alter ocean currents, which play a crucial role in regulating climate patterns around the world. Another serious issue affecting the oceans is the widespread pollution of marine environments. Plastic waste has become a pervasive threat, with millions of tons of plastic entering the oceans each year. This pollution harms marine life, entangling animals, poisoning ecosystems, and entering the food chain. Sea turtles, whales, and seabirds mistake plastic for food, leading to injury, malnutrition, and death. Furthermore, plastics break down into microplastics, which are ingested by smaller marine organisms, ultimately making their way up the food chain to humans. The contamination of seafood with microplastics poses serious risks to human health, which, in turn, puts pressure on food security globally. Chemical pollutants, such as heavy metals, pesticides, and agricultural runoff, are also poisoning marine ecosystems. Fertilizers from agriculture cause nutrient overloads in the ocean, leading to dead zones, areas with extremely low oxygen levels where most marine life cannot survive. These dead zones are growing in size and number, threatening the health of entire marine ecosystems. Additionally, oil spills and chemical discharges from industries have long-lasting impacts on marine life and coastal environments, poisoning waters and damaging habitats for years or even decades. Overfishing is another critical issue that is rapidly depleting fish populations and threatening marine biodiversity. Industrial fishing practices, such as trawling, destroy seabeds and ecosystems while catching fish at unsustainable rates. As fish stocks dwindle, marine food webs are disrupted, and the livelihoods of people dependent on fishing are put at risk. Some species, like sharks and tuna, are particularly vulnerable to overfishing, and if we continue on this path, we may face the extinction of several key marine species. The collapse of Earth's oceans would have far-reaching consequences for life on Earth. Oceans regulate the climate, provide food, and support an incredible array of biodiversity. As marine ecosystems break down, the stability of the planet itself is threatened. The collapse of fish stocks would lead to food shortages, particularly in coastal and island communities that rely on seafood as a primary source of protein. The loss of coral reefs and marine biodiversity would further destabilize ecosystems, affecting everything from coastal protection to nutrient cycling. To prevent the collapse of Earth's oceans, urgent action is needed. We must reduce carbon emissions to slow global warming, prevent overfishing, reduce plastic pollution, and take steps to preserve and restore marine ecosystems. The oceans are resilient, but they cannot heal on their own. They need our protection and stewardship. If we fail to act, the consequences for the planet's future will be dire, and Earth's oceans may become a shadow of their former selves, unable to sustain life as we know it. Earth's atmosphere is a vital component that sustains life, acting as a protective shield that moderates temperature, filters harmful radiation, and supplies the oxygen we breathe. However, just as our oceans and ecosystems are under pressure, the atmosphere is also facing increasing threats from human activities and natural changes. The fragility of the Earth's atmospheric balance is one of the greatest risks to our planet's future. And once disturbed, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for all life on Earth. One of the most significant threats to the atmosphere is the ongoing buildup of greenhouse gases. Since the Industrial Revolution, humans have been releasing vast amounts of carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide into the atmosphere, primarily through the burning of fossil fuels. These gases trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, causing the planet's temperature to rise. This process, known as the greenhouse effect, is the driving force behind climate change, leading to more extreme weather events, rising sea levels, and disruptions to ecosystems. The effects of climate change are already becoming evident. Unprecedented heat waves, intense droughts, and powerful storms are causing widespread damage to communities, economies, and the environment. The increased frequency of wildfires in regions like California and Australia can be traced back to the rising temperatures caused by climate change. These extreme weather events are not only a result of higher global temperatures, but also reflect a shift in the balance of Earth's atmospheric systems. The thinning of the ozone layer, which once protected life on Earth from harmful ultraviolet radiation, is another atmospheric challenge. The ozone layer has been gradually depleted by chemicals like chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, which were once commonly used in air conditioning, refrigeration, and aerosol propellants. Although global efforts like the 1987 Montreal Protocol have significantly reduced CFC emissions, the recovery of the ozone layer remains slow. A depleted ozone layer allows more harmful UV radiation to reach the surface, increasing the risk of skin cancer, cataracts, and harming both plant and animal life. In addition to human-made pollutants, natural forces also impact the stability of the atmosphere. Volcanic eruptions, for example, release vast amounts of ash, sulfur dioxide, and carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. These emissions can alter weather patterns and affect global temperatures. The 1815 eruption of Mount Tambora, for instance, led to the Year Without a Summer, a global cooling event that caused widespread crop failures and food shortages. Perhaps the most insidious threat to the atmosphere's balance is the possibility of tipping points, critical thresholds where small changes in atmospheric conditions could lead to irreversible shifts. For example, the melting of polar ice caps reduces the Earth's albedo, or reflectivity, causing more sunlight to be absorbed by the planet, further accelerating warming. The release of methane from thawing permafrost is another potential tipping point that could exacerbate climate change. Methane is a much more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide, and its sudden release into the atmosphere would cause global temperatures to rise rapidly, creating a feedback loop that would be difficult to stop. As Earth's atmosphere becomes increasingly destabilized, the planet's ability to support life will diminish. Changes in the atmosphere affect not only temperature but also precipitation patterns, disrupting agriculture and water supplies. The warming of the atmosphere will make it harder to grow food in many regions. while the loss of biodiversity from changes in climate will lead to the collapse of ecosystems that depend on specific environmental conditions. We are already seeing the early signs of atmospheric collapse. More frequent heat waves, destructive storms, and shifts in weather patterns. The question is no longer whether the atmosphere will change, but how much it will change, and whether we can act in time to mitigate the worst effects. It is clear that Earth's atmospheric balance is fragile, and without immediate and decisive action, we risk reaching a point where the damage becomes irreversible. The time to act is now. The longer we delay addressing the sources of atmospheric instability, greenhouse gas emissions, pollution, and deforestation, the harder it will be to restore balance to the atmosphere. The consequences of inaction are dire, and if we continue down this path, we may find ourselves facing a future where the Earth's atmosphere no longer supports life, but instead becomes an inhospitable environment for all living beings. As environmental stresses increase, so does the potential for global conflicts. The pressures of climate change, resource scarcity, and economic instability will push nations and communities into competition for dwindling resources. Water, arable land, food, and energy. This competition, if left unchecked, could escalate into widespread violence, geopolitical instability, and even wars that threaten the fabric of society itself. The convergence of these crises could be the spark that ignites long-simmering conflicts, destabilizing regions and threatening global peace. One of the most obvious flashpoints for conflict will be water. Already, tensions between countries over access to shared water resources are rising. The Nile River, which flows through multiple countries in northeastern Africa, is the source of a long-standing dispute between Egypt, Ethiopia, and Sudan over dam construction and water usage. As global water scarcity deepens, similar conflicts over access to rivers, lakes, and groundwater will multiply. Water, once considered an abundant resource, will become a source of intense geopolitical rivalry, and nations may resort to military force to secure control over this life-sustaining resource. In addition to water, food security is another area where global conflicts could escalate. As the planet's population grows and agricultural systems are disrupted by climate change, the availability of food will become increasingly uncertain. Regions that are already struggling with poverty and conflict, such as parts of sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East, are particularly vulnerable to food shortages. The loss of fertile land due to desertification, combined with the unpredictability of crop yields in a changing climate, will lead to famine and mass migration. As food prices rise and shortages spread, competition between nations and within societies will intensify. This could lead to civil unrest, violent protests, and even the collapse of governments. The economic impact of these crises will only fuel the potential for conflict. As economies struggle with resource scarcity, unemployment, and poverty, political instability will rise. Rising inequality will further divide societies, creating conditions where extremist ideologies can thrive. In some cases, authoritarian regimes may use these crises as a pretext for consolidating power and cracking down on dissent. Governments facing pressure from both internal and external forces may resort to military action, both to quell domestic unrest and to assert control over neighboring territories rich in resources. The rise of nationalism and populism, which often exploits fears of scarcity, could further destabilize international relations and make cooperation on global challenges more difficult. The prospect of conflict is not limited to local or regional disputes. As powerful nations seek to protect their interests and ensure access to vital resources, tensions could escalate into global conflicts. The potential for nuclear war, while not an immediate threat, remains a risk as countries jockey for power and resources. Strategic military competition, such as the race for control over critical areas like the Arctic, where melting ice opens up new shipping routes and access to oil and gas reserves, could trigger a larger scale confrontation between major powers. Furthermore, the ongoing displacement of people due to environmental disasters, droughts, and rising sea levels will exacerbate global instability. Climate refugees fleeing uninhabitable regions will face resistance from nations unwilling to absorb large populations of displaced individuals. As migration patterns shift, countries will grapple with how to manage the influx of refugees, leading to potential conflict between migrants and host populations. The resulting social and political tensions could create a humanitarian crisis of unprecedented scale, further complicating efforts to address the global environmental challenges we face. In this environment of heightened competition, scarcity, and political instability, the risk of global conflict becomes a very real threat. Without cooperative solutions to climate change, resource management, and global inequality, the future of Earth could be shaped by the very conflicts that arise from the pressure of these crises. The question remains, can we find a way to resolve these tensions through diplomacy, sustainable development, and international cooperation, or will the struggle for resources lead to a darker future for humanity? In the face of the many global crises threatening Earth's future, one of the most pressing challenges is the ability of nations to work together. Climate change, resource depletion, pollution, and social unrest are problems that cross borders, and yet the political will to address them often falters. The idea of global cooperation sounds ideal in theory, but in practice, it is immensely difficult. As the stakes grow higher, the question arises, can humanity unite to tackle these overwhelming threats? Or will we remain fragmented and divided, accelerating the planet's decline? One of the primary obstacles to global cooperation is the disparity between nations. Developed countries, which have historically been the largest contributors to environmental degradation, have more resources and technologies to mitigate the effects of climate change. Meanwhile, developing nations, which are often the most vulnerable to environmental changes, lack the means to adapt or recover from disasters like floods, droughts, and hurricanes. These inequalities create tensions as poorer nations demand greater assistance from wealthier countries, while wealthier nations are often reluctant to make the necessary financial and industrial sacrifices. A glaring example of this divide is the issue of climate change mitigation. Wealthier nations have been responsible for the bulk of carbon emissions that have contributed to global warming. Yet, they are reluctant to bear the costs of transitioning to a greener economy. Developing nations, on the other hand, argue that they should not be penalized for the emissions of others, and that they should be allowed to develop their economies without being burdened by the same environmental regulations. This divide was evident in the failure to reach significant agreements at climate summits like the Copenhagen Summit in 2009 and even the Paris Agreement, where countries pledged to reduce emissions but did not follow through on their commitments. In addition to economic inequality, political factors play a significant role in preventing global cooperation. Nationalism and sovereignty often take precedence over global cooperation. countries are reluctant to give up control over their policies, especially when it comes to critical issues like resource management, immigration, and economic development. The political landscape is also shaped by powerful industries and lobbyists who seek to protect their interests even at the expense of the environment. Of the fossil fuel industry, for example, has used its influence to delay meaningful action on climate change, preventing the widespread adoption of renewable energy and keeping the global economy tied to carbon-intensive industries. Another challenge to global cooperation is the sheer complexity of the issues at hand. Climate change, resource depletion, and biodiversity loss are deeply interconnected, and solutions require a multifaceted approach. It is not enough to focus on one aspect of the problem, such as reducing emissions. We must also address issues like sustainable agriculture, deforestation, water management, and the protection of ecosystems. Solving one problem may exacerbate another if solutions are not integrated into a comprehensive global framework. This complexity requires collaboration across industries, sectors, and disciplines, but often countries and organizations are siloed in their efforts, making coordinated action difficult. However, despite these challenges, there is hope. The urgency of the crises we face is driving some nations and organizations to take bolder steps. The success of the Paris Agreement, despite its shortcomings, shows that international cooperation is possible, even if it falls short of what is needed. In recent years, we have seen increased investment in renewable energy, growing recognition of the need for sustainable development, and a rising tide of environmental activism, particularly among younger generations. The global youth movement, led by activists like Greta Thunberg, has put climate change on the agenda of world leaders, demanding action in a way that cannot be ignored. In the end, the future of Earth will depend on our ability to set aside differences and work together for the common good. The path to global cooperation will not be easy, and it will require difficult compromises. But if humanity is to overcome the crises threatening the planet, we must find a way to transcend national interests and act as a global community. The question is not whether we can cooperate, but whether we will act before it is too late. As we look ahead, one of the most critical questions is the future of Earth's ecosystems. These systems, from the dense rainforests to the vast oceans, provide the essential services that all life depends on: clean air, fresh water, food, and the regulation of climate. However, as human activity continues to impact the planet, these ecosystems are under threat like never before. If we do not act quickly, the collapse of Earth's ecosystems could leave us without the very resources necessary for survival, propelling us toward a future we are ill prepared for. Ecosystems are incredibly complex and resilient, but they are also fragile. When we alter one part of the system, whether through deforestation, pollution, or overexploitation of resources, the entire system begins to break down. The loss of biodiversity, driven largely by human activity, is one of the most significant factors threatening ecosystems. As species are lost, the balance of ecosystems becomes increasingly unstable. The loss of pollinators, for example, threatens food security, while the destruction of coral reefs endangers marine life that supports coastal communities. Perhaps the most visible sign of ecosystem collapse is the disappearance of forests. Forests are critical to maintaining biodiversity, regulating the climate, and providing resources like timber, medicine, and food. Yet, every year, millions of hectares of forests are cleared to make way for agriculture, urban development, and logging. The Amazon rainforest, often referred to as the lungs of the earth, is losing trees at an alarming rate. Deforestation not only reduces the number of trees that absorb carbon dioxide, but also releases the carbon stored in the trees back into the atmosphere, further exacerbating climate change. The loss of forests also impacts water cycles, disrupts wildlife habitats, and leads to soil erosion. In addition to forests, the degradation of soil is another major issue facing Earth's ecosystems. Soil erosion, desertification, and the depletion of nutrients caused by intensive agriculture are undermining the land's ability to support life. As soil quality declines, agricultural productivity decreases, threatening food security for billions of people. In many regions, the inability to grow crops due to poor soil has already forced communities to migrate, placing additional pressure on already resource-depleted areas. Soil degradation is a silent threat, one that does not get the immediate attention it deserves, but could have long-lasting consequences. The oceans, too, are showing signs of strain. Overfishing, pollution, and climate change are rapidly altering marine ecosystems. Coral reefs, which are home to some of the most biodiverse ecosystems on Earth, are bleaching and dying as ocean temperatures rise. Overfishing is depleting fish stocks, putting pressure on marine food webs and endangering the livelihoods of millions of people who rely on fishing for food and income. The increasing acidification of the oceans, caused by the absorption of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, threatens marine organisms that rely on calcium for their shells and skeletons, including corals, shellfish, and plankton. As these organisms die off, the entire ocean food chain becomes destabilized, further threatening marine biodiversity. The loss of biodiversity and the collapse of ecosystems is not just an environmental issue, it is a human issue. Ecosystems provide us with the essentials for life, and without them, human society cannot function. Clean water, food, energy, and air all come from healthy ecosystems. The destruction of these systems threatens the foundation of human civilization itself, leading to food and water scarcity, loss of livelihoods, and displacement of populations. Despite the dire situation, there is still hope for Earth's ecosystems. Restoration efforts, such as reforestation, wetland restoration, and sustainable agriculture, have shown promising results in some areas. If we act now and commit to protecting and restoring ecosystems, we can slow and even reverse the damage we have done. But the window for action is closing quickly. The longer we delay, the more difficult and costly it will become to restore the balance of Earth's ecosystems. The future of Earth's ecosystems depends on the choices we make today. If we continue on our current path of environmental degradation, we risk pushing the planet beyond its capacity to recover. However, by prioritizing sustainability, conservation, and ecosystem restoration, we can ensure that Earth's ecosystems continue to provide the resources necessary for life. The fate of the planet rests in our hands, and it is up to us to decide what kind of world we leave behind for future generations. As humanity faces the growing challenges of environmental collapse, technology offers both solutions and risks. The rapid advancement of technology has revolutionized our lives, improving everything from communication and healthcare to transportation and energy production. But while it holds the promise of mitigating global crises like climate change, resource depletion, and food insecurity, it also has the potential to worsen these issues if misused or unmanaged. One of the most hopeful areas for technology in addressing Earth's environmental challenges is renewable energy. Solar, wind, geothermal, and hydropower are increasingly being harnessed to replace fossil fuels, which are major contributors to global warming. Advancements in energy storage, such as improved battery technology, are enabling us to store renewable energy for use when conditions are not ideal, making it possible to rely more heavily on clean sources. The potential of renewable energy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and slow the warming of the planet is enormous. But widespread adoption remains hindered by political, economic, and infrastructural challenges. The transition to a sustainable energy future could play a critical role in safeguarding Earth's ecosystems and mitigating climate change. In agriculture, technological innovations like precision farming and vertical farming offer promising solutions to resource scarcity. Precision farming uses data, satellite imagery, and drones to optimize water use, monitor crop health, and increase yields. Vertical farming, which involves growing crops in stacked layers, is being explored as a way to produce food in urban areas with minimal land and water usage. Genetically modified organisms, GMOs, also hold potential for improving crop resistance to climate change, pests, and diseases. While these innovations can help feed the growing global population, they also raise concerns about environmental impacts, ethical considerations, and the control of agricultural power by a few large corporations. However, technology can also contribute to the very problems it seeks to solve. The environmental cost of technological production is often overlooked. Electronics, including smartphones and computers, require significant resources to manufacture and dispose of, and the rapid increase in e-waste has become a major environmental issue. Improper disposal of electronic devices can lead to toxic chemicals leaching into the soil and water, harming ecosystems. Similarly, the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage relies on the extraction of rare minerals, which can have harmful environmental impacts and cause geopolitical tensions. Artificial intelligence, AI, also holds the potential to revolutionize various industries by optimizing processes like energy management and climate modeling. AI could help predict environmental changes and improve efficiency in areas like agriculture and resource management. But AI also presents challenges. Its rise threatens job security as automation replaces human workers, and it raises concerns about privacy, surveillance, and the concentration of power in the hands of a few corporations. If AI systems are not properly regulated, they could contribute to social inequality and exacerbate existing environmental and economic problems. Another concern is the growing reliance on global supply chains, which depend on technology to function efficiently. The COVID-19 pandemic and natural disasters have shown how vulnerable these systems are to disruption. If global supply chains break down due to a cyber attack, political conflict, or environmental catastrophe, the consequences could be severe. Food shortages, medical supply disruptions, and economic collapse are all possible outcomes, and they could worsen the already strained social fabric. The role of technology in Earth's future is undeniably crucial, but it must be approached with caution. If we continue to rely on technology without considering its long-term environmental impacts, it could become a driver of further destruction. To ensure that technology helps us solve the crises we face, it must be used responsibly, with an emphasis on sustainability, equity, and cooperation. Technology alone will not save us, but when combined with political will, global cooperation, and sustainable practices, it has the potential to guide us toward a better future. As we reach the final part of this exploration into Earth's potential future, we must ask ourselves a sobering question. What will be our legacy? We are the stewards of this planet, and the decisions we make today will shape the Earth for generations to come. Will humanity be remembered for its ability to preserve the beauty and diversity of life on Earth? Or will we be known as the species that allowed its destruction? The Earth we leave behind is a reflection of how we have lived and interacted with the environment. For centuries, humanity has extracted resources, polluted the land, and altered ecosystems to suit our needs. The rapid pace of industrialization and urbanization has brought significant benefits in terms of human development, but it has also left scars on the planet. Scars that may take centuries to heal, if they ever do. The most tragic aspect of our legacy will be the irreversible loss of biodiversity. As species go extinct at an unprecedented rate, the intricate web of life that has evolved over millions of years is being torn apart. The extinction of a single species can have cascading effects on entire ecosystems, and as ecosystems collapse, so too do the services they provide. If we fail to halt the current wave of extinction, we may find ourselves living in a world devoid of the richness and variety of life that once surrounded us. Our actions, or lack thereof, could leave a barren, sterile planet where nature no longer thrives. Our legacy will also be marked by the state of the planet's climate. The rise in global temperatures, the melting of polar ice, and the destruction of ecosystems are all direct results of our collective actions. Future generations may look back and wonder why we didn't act sooner. Will they view us as a species that squandered the opportunity to reverse climate change? Or will they see us as pioneers of change, those who recognized the urgency and took bold steps to reduce emissions and transition to a sustainable future? In the face of these daunting challenges, there is still hope for a different kind of legacy. We have the knowledge, the technology, and the capacity to change course. The decisions we make today about energy use, resource consumption, and environmental protection will determine the kind of world we leave behind. While the challenges are great, humanity has also demonstrated immense resilience and creativity in solving complex problems. From environmental activism to groundbreaking innovations in renewable energy, there are signs that change is possible. It is not too late to rewrite our legacy. By prioritizing the preservation of ecosystems, transitioning to sustainable practices, and reducing our carbon footprint, we can leave behind a planet capable of sustaining life for generations to come. The choices we make in the coming decades will define whether we are remembered as the generation that destroyed Earth or as the generation that took responsibility and turned the tide toward a brighter, more sustainable future. As we stand at this crossroads, we must ask ourselves, what kind of Earth do we want to leave behind? The answer lies not in the distant future, but in the actions we take today. The planet's future, and our own, depends on the choices we make now. Will we rise to the challenge and preserve the Earth for future generations? Or will we allow it to slip into irreversible decline?